All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started, at least with the administrative part of today's meeting while folks continue to join. I'm Jason Ryan, Chair of the task force. Joel Yu is here as well as Vice Chair of the task force. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Just a reminder that we are recording today's session as we always do so that we can post it later to our YouTube channel and make it available to those that can't attend in real time. We will also be posting the material that we're going to go over today, the slide deck that Joel has up right now. We'll be posting that in Project 53911 at the conclusion of today's meeting, along with the link of where you can see the video replay. Because we'll have a goodly number of people on here that are on the task force and not, I encourage you to participate, whether you are a member of the task force or tuning in for the first time or a regular person that also participates. Ask that you do so to the greatest extent possible by raising your hands, like I just did. And if there are multiple people, we'll just go in the order that people raise their hands. So once you're done with your issue, if you could unraise your hand, that will help prompt the next person to go. We'll also be looking at the chat. So if you've got something that you think everybody should have, either a link to something or you want to make a comment, but you don't want to stop the discussion and raise your hand, please feel free to use the chat as well. And then finally, just a reminder that the charter of the task force has a number of instructions for how we conduct our business. Section 4 of the charter has an antitrust reminder, so I'll go over that and then we'll go over our agenda. So Section 4 of the charter provides that the commission strictly prohibits members of the task force and their employees and other entities or persons that may participate in task force activities from using their participation in task force activities as a forum for engaging in practices or communications that violate applicable antitrust laws. So the short of that, what it means is that all of us need to conduct ourselves in full compliance with federal and state antitrust laws and to maintaining the highest ethical standards in how we conduct today's meeting. So with that, Joel has our agenda up on the screen. We're going to hear from Carmen on some good work that's been done offline. ERCOT, appreciate all of our friends at ERCOT. We've got an update that Ryan will give. Then we're going to dive into the last two topics in the memo from Commissioner Glotfelty, and this is the August 14th, 2024 memo for those of you that are following along, where we've got 4 items. We've dived into some of them. We're going to do item number 2 and item number 4 today in greater depth. I did see that the rep group also filed some comments today on item number 2, so hopefully have a good dialogue on that topic. And then towards the end of our discussion, we'll need to start coming up with some recommendations. You know, the August 14th memo challenged us with addressing these 4 items, coming up with some consensus recommendations. So it's really now time to start figuring out where that place of consensus is on these 4 items. Joel, do you want to say anything before we kick it over to Carmen?
Nope. Thanks, Jason. It should be a full discussion today.
Yeah, we'll do our best to keep our time commitment with you and end after 2 hours of discussion. So with that, Carmen, I'll turn it over to you, and then Ryan, you'll be up after that.
Absolutely. In the spirit of keeping it brief, I think I just have a status update from the subgroup that's been looking at the 80 megawatts as the cap on this endeavor. We met 2 weeks ago and got to what I would call kind of a working draft. And one of the things that we were focused on is what what would be the purpose of this document? The title is currently a policy brief on the scale and potential of the 80 megawatts and beyond. We don't want it to be a full-blown research paper, so focusing on just having it brief and focused on the policy considerations of the potential. And it's really about exploring the why around the 80 megawatt cap, or documenting what that was and kind of what went into that decision, and then start to identify some of the barriers to market potential and also opportunities for technical potential based on the feedback from existing and potential participants. So the ultimate goal is to illuminate, like, why is it 80 megawatts and how might that be achieved, and any barriers that might come along with that as well. The primary audience that we homed in on is really us. So we have a common anchor for how we're moving forward and how we're judging progress against that metric of 80 megawatts or changing it. So we have kind of the basis of why we might want to change that. And then, of course, ERCOT, PUCT, and the public is also a potential audience, so they can know why some of these decisions are being made. And it's really intended to inform discussions and encourage collaboration on what might be potential megawatt reductions that could come out of the ADER task force as it continues to evolve, or the pilot as it continues to evolve. So finally, I think the brief may be valuable to the broader energy industry. We talked about that a little bit too, because there has been a lot of publicity on the ADER task force. So this is also a chance to say what might be potential and juxtapose it with other solutions. So so we have basically 4 big questions that are in there right now. Why the 80 megawatts and where are we now? What is the past performance and availability of DERs and megawatts relative to the 80 megawatt cap? So that's really getting into existing potential in the state and where DR programs, et cetera, have been delivering megawatts. And that'll be more like a lit review of existing reports and regulatory reports that we talked about last time. It's like a compendium, as it were, of what's been achieved. And then looking for what information is available to inform the technical potential of distributed energy resources and how that might compare to ADER 80 megawatt cap. That's really about a secondary research around who's already looked at potential for these resources and how big might they be. So we had some ideas around that. And then the last section would be barriers or other factors that might be limiting the achievable technical potential because of market barriers of adoption, of people being able to adopt it, price concerns, how business models might factor into that as well. So even though this is to be a policy brief, it's still, it's a bit expansive. So the next thing I wanted to note is we're looking to crowdsource this with students. We've already had a lot of offers that students could take on different sections. We're trying to home in now on who is going to take which section. And then I'm looking for volunteers within the task force subgroup as well to take on the different sections so we can pull it together in a reasonable time frame. By the end of the year is probably a little too ambitious, but we're hoping that we could still pull something off within Q1, if that's still going to be relevant to the group. So that's an overview of where we're at. I can take questions, or before I do that, why don't I open it up to my peers on the subgroup and see if anyone has any additions or clarifications that they'd like to make. Hearing none. We're also, I will just lay it out there once again. If folks have questions about, is this even useful? Please let me know, because we're not interested in doing busy work. We really want to make sure that people are going to be able to use this and that it will provide an anchor for discussions. And if anyone's feeling like that's not the case and you don't want to share it here, please give me a call and let's talk it through so we can make it useful. All right.
Thank you, Carmen.
That's it.
Appreciate your work and the work of our colleagues that are doing that as well. I see Michaela has a question in the chat.
Oh, not a question, just
Oh, there you
kind
go.
of springboarding off of Carmen's offer that, if there are other research questions that are, burning inquiries that folks have that Carmen didn't mention, please feel free. I'm sure she would welcome your input on that as well.
We would welcome your input.
All right. Thank you, Carmen. Appreciate
All
your
right,
work
thanks.
and the work of your colleagues as well. And I do encourage you all to reach out to Carmen if you have any questions that you didn't get to today. So with that, Ryan, if you are on, you or Mark, let's see. Yep, I see Dave and Catherine, but don't see.
Jason, I'm sorry. Give me one moment. Let me
Yeah.
check with
Yeah,
Ryan
yeah.
and see where he's at.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry
No
about
worries.
that.
Yeah. And I could be missing him.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan
Oh.
stepped away from his desk.
There's Mark. Sorry, I missed you.
That's all right. I guess
We could always keep going and we can pick back up with Ryan. Up to you, Mark.
well, I could try to do the first part of this if you want. Just
Go
keep
for
things
it.
moving.
Floor is yours.
All right, let me just do. Probably won't be as eloquent as Ryan is. So yeah, this is just an update for the phase 3 of the pilot project that we're proposing. I think the main change that we're looking at would be to offer a new participation model. I think in some discussions, y'all have heard it called the blocky participation model, but I'm pushing that we get away from that and let's just call it an NCLR model. So this would be an aggregation of sites that can participate as a non-controllable load resource. Going to also give some updates on the participation limits and a little bit of changes that we're going to proposing of how we're going to be handling changes to the populations. It's part of our validation, the changes in the populations for the DOTA, as well as some, again, lessons learned. It seems like we go through this every single phase, some additional lessons learned with telemetry validation. So let's move to the next slide.
And Mark, I guess Ryan should be able to join now.
Oh, okay. Ryan, you want to take over from slide 3?
Yes, thank you, Mark, and my apologies. I just had a little bit of a fusion in my calendar. I thought this started at 2, not 1:30, so my profuse apologies for delaying anything. Thankfully, there's lots of people who know what they're doing. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, appreciate you joining, Ryan.
So this is basically our kind of standard update in terms of a snapshot of which resources are participating in the ADR pilot. So we continue to have the 2 ADRs participating in the energy and ancillary service markets. I've just noted the capacity numbers there for energy, non-spin, and ECRS respectively. as well as the fact that we have additional ADRs that are in various stages of the registration process. You can see below that we've kind of taken a snapshot of the amount of energy and capacity for ancillary services that are included, as well as the geographical distribution. And just a note that these resources are in various stages of the qualification process. The registration of the DOTA forms is a big step, as well as the telemetry validation, but continuing to make progress, and we continue to work with resources as they go through that process. Next slide. Probably not too much to update. This is just our kind of limits tracking document. So here you can kind of see the distribution of the capacity in each of the load zones for energy, non-spin, and ECRS respectively, as well as the ERCOT-wide limits with respect to energy and ancillary service. Next slide. So my apologies if I'm kind of repeating things. Mark was good enough to kind of kick things off. So the concept here is sort of spelled out in a little bit more detail from a presentation that we provided at the last task force. So this is kind of the concepts that we have been working through in our phase 3 draft governing document. So this slide is really a more in-depth explanation of the aggregated non-controllable load resource, or ANCLR model. So this would entail aggregations of devices or premises allowed to participate as the NCLR today, but participate as an aggregated resource. One of the simplifications that we're able to enable here is that aggregations will be registered and modeled like other ADRs, but using the NCLR categories for the parameters in ERCOT's RIO system. A real-time 2-second telemetry would be required from the QSE to ERCOT using all NCLR attributes. And just a note here that these resources do not participate in our security constrained economic dispatch in real time. So these resources will be dispatched by the Ancillary Service Deployment Manager, similar to how NCLRs are deployed today. And one item that I know we did outline at the last discussion, but I did want to kind of draw attention to it, is the fact that technically under the protocols today, when it comes to NCLR, the section that kind of requires that the QSE for a resource also be the same QSE for the retail electric provider technically does not apply to NCLRs today. So absent any change, if we're just doing a straight move over from the NCLR model to the pilot, then again, unless something changes, that would continue to apply, so that the QSE representing the resource does not have to be the QSE representing the electric provider as the load serving entity. But this is one that I know we had discussed previously, and this is one in particular that would be welcoming feedback from the task force members. And actually, I just saw, just as I was earlier today, I think there were some comments that were filed for the project number for this at the commission, kind of outlined some of the concerns and feedback that a number of stakeholders had. So we'll certainly have an opportunity to review that. Would welcome any comments and feedback, because I know that was a particular item of interest, and it's also one that Commissioner Glodfelty had referenced in his. Next slide. Oh, we have a question. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. Thanks for those comments. I just want to flag for you the agenda item after your update is to discuss Glodfelty item number 2 on the non-rep aggregation. So I think that'll be the right time for everyone to jump in and discuss that item in more detail.
Sounds good. We can keep our powder dry until then. Looks like there are a couple questions here. Manny?
Hey, Ryan, it's Manny from HUD. quick question. I'm assuming that this participation model will not be affected by RTC. Is that correct?
Well,
Or I guess the question should be, how will it be? If it will be, or how will it be affected by RTC?
well, these resources wouldn't be dispatched by SCED. Oh, maybe Mark has the response.
Yeah, let me just answer that maybe a little more simply. There are RTC will have an impact on how our non-controllable load resources are treated. I mean, they're not significant changes, but there are changes. So being that this will be the NCLR model, the same changes that would affect any NCLR would be applicable here to the pilot NCLRs.
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
There's not a carve out.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Hey, Ryan.
And go ahead,
Yeah.
Suzanne.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if you could explain in a little bit more detail the implications of your second bullet there about it, modeling versus how it's characterized in Rio.
Ryan, you may handle that as well.
Go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
So the whole point of that second bullet is that, I mean, Rio has been updated, that now it is the registration system for the load resources, and that includes NCLRs and CLRs. The point just here is when the RE goes into Rio, this new model, they're going to be registering these as NCLRs. That's the whole point there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I think Ned, go ahead, Ned.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So Manny had a good question about how whether and how it ends up being impacted. This model is impacted by real-time co-optimization, and so I just wanted to just check to see if this is the correct way to think about it. It is, since in real-time co-op, all ancillary services in the day ahead are financial only. Effectively, the NCLR carried ancillaries would have to be self-scheduled. Is that right? So if you could, remind me, does that need to be linked to a day ahead financial award, or is it separate?
Ryan, I can jump in with that. Yeah, so the terminology within the real-time optimization protocol is self-provision. And that is the idea for folks who are providing ancillary services, particularly this non-controllable load resource. There was concerns about sort of SCED to SCED level oscillations in awards. So based on trades and day ahead awards and things of that nature, Ned, for the non-controllable load resources, you can self-provide your ancillary services in real time. So I think that was actually Mark talked about there being impacts to non-controllable resources generally. That is kind of the biggest one. So that would be something for any of the QSCs that would represent the ADRs just to be keeping tabs on and all those types of things. But you're right. That's probably the biggest change as you think about non-controllable resources and including this new ADR version of that.
Okay. And to the second part of that question, Dave, I don't remember there being an explicit link to the day ahead financial award, but am I misremembering that?
The amount you're allowed to self-provide is a function of trades, self-arrangement, and day ahead awards.
Okay.
I'm sorry, and this is probably for the folks, the subset of folks on this call who got very into the weeds on any RTC stuff. There actually is also true virtual ancillary service offers that are allowed. Those are distinct and actually not even resource specific. So I guess for folks in a little more in the weeds, Ned, it would be specifically the resource specific ancillary service awards. and the self-provision and trades. I can go back and confirm that, but that's my memory of it.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. And this one's a real quick one. I just wanted to confirm on bullet 3 on this slide, it says the 2-second telemetry would still be required. That it would still, the takeaway there is that you still do have the 2-second telemetry.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you, guys.
That was just a miss. That should have been deleted, so apologies for that.
No, it makes sense. I just want to make sure it wasn't getting confused myself. Thanks.
Okay, Colin, go ahead.
Hi all, this is Colin Smith from LEAP. I actually, my question might have just been answered because it was on the 2-second telemetry bullet. I was just a little confused by the cross out of would still. I'm not as familiar with the NCLR model, and so I just wanted to check if this telemetry requirement was new or if it was retained from the ADER already had that requirement, or NCLR already had the requirement, and kind of like, you know, what the function of that requirement is.
So yeah, it was just an error in our editing. I didn't like the words would still because would still would imply that it was applicable only to this pilot. 2-second telemetry is required on all resources. So that carries through with the pilot, the NCLR model and the ALR model. 2-second telemetry's always been required and will remain to be required. That answer your question?
Manny, you're up.
Hey, Dave. Thanks, Ryan. Hey, Dave. And maybe this needs to be taken offline with you, but when you say self-provide, are you talking about self-provide within the ALR portfolio of the aggregator or the wrap or whomever owns the data? Is it self-provide within the portfolio?
Yes,
Okay.
essentially with self-provision, and I'm sorry, I don't want to get too much into it, so I'll give kind of a quick answer, Manny, like a 30-second answer. If we want to follow up offline, we can.
Yeah.
Essentially what self-provision means in the context of real-time co-optimization is that a QSE can designate specifically for non-controllable load resources within their portfolio a amount of ancillary services from that resource that they plan to self-provide. And that's relative to trades and other day-ahead market activity. But the idea here is essentially I, as the QC, am self-providing that ancillary service from this resource. So don't try and re-optimize it within the rest of real-time co-optimization. And again, the big concern here is more for the types of load resources that are providing ancillary services via an under-frequency relay that we didn't necessarily. We wanted some protection for there being potentially oscillations from one market clearing to the next on who was providing ancillary services if it was being provided via that relay.
Okay, that helps. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, we can go to the next slide. So the other item that I wanted to draw attention to is, I know in the context of this pilot, there have been a number of discussion points around participation limits. And I think ERCOT has expressed a few times that we're willing to revisit those. So this is certainly something that we would welcome feedback from the task force on. So we're proposing to basically double the current limits on the pilot. Based on the experience we've had to date, we think this is a reasonable way to move forward. So what that would involve is increasing the limits to 160 megawatts for energy and 80 megawatts to the ancillary service limits that we've identified below. We think that's hopefully a positive step forward to allow the pilot to continue to grow while we also continue to monitor and understand the impacts to systems and processes. We're also proposing to eliminate the load zone based limits. Again, these are proposals, so we don't necessarily need to land these now, but these are areas for which we'd be looking for feedback from stakeholders either now or maybe at a future ADR task force meeting. So I think I will turn things over to Mark, who will kind of go through a little bit more some of the requirements for ADR validation and DOTA forms.
All right, next slide. All right. So here's another little lessons learned is, you know, when the DOTA ultimately comes around back for ERCOT's approval, so this is already after the DSP has reviewed it and they've approved it. There's certain checks that we do to make sure there's not participation, that those sites aren't participating in other services. And that was, we were doing that with ERS. We were comparing that to the ERS standard contract term that was in place at the time we're reviewing the DOTA. Well, as we know, ERS is procured on a cycle, and it depends on if it's whatever standard contract term we're procuring. And each procurement, the population of sites that are participating in ERS can change. So the purpose of this bullet is just to explain that once the DOTA has been approved by ERCOT, which means the first time around, and we've already validated against a current standard contract term for ERS, when we're doing additional procurements for ERS, if we find a conflict between the DOTA and the upcoming or the standard contract term that we're procuring for, we will resolve that issue through ERS. We're not going to go back to the QSC that's representing the DOTA and have them pull the sites out of their DOTA. We will resolve it in ERS, which means we will prevent those sites from participating in an ERS standard a subsequent ERS standard contract term, as long as that DOTA is still valid. The other point, the second point of this slide is, but just to make sure that it's understood that when the DOTA is being passed to the DSP for review, and again, this is occurring before ERCOT gets it, that it's going to be the responsibility of the DSP to review and solve any resolve any dual participation between that DOTA and their TDSP load management programs. That would be a problem for ERCOT to do that validation, because the TDSP load management programs, they can also be updating their participation throughout their contract terms, and ERCOT doesn't necessarily have updated easy ID list for those programs. Next slide, please. All right. So the only thing the next two slides, I'm really only going to talk about changes between for phase 3 that were not in place for phase 2. The first one is, since we're introducing this new participation model that we're going to call the ANCLR, aggregated NCLR. The first point is that if the QSC is opting for device level telemetry, for the NCLR model, when we're validating telemetry, we're only going to require that the device level data that is used for that validation, we're just going to require that be in 5-minute intervals. Whereas for the ALR today, and even moving forward in phase 3, that's still going to require 1-minute interval data for device level telemetry. The other thing is this is a more of a lessons learned, and when you're doing device level telemetry validation, those that have worked their way through it, if the population or if the capability is extremely low, we've had situations where we're really almost trying to measure noise. and trying to validate very low levels of telemetry movement compared to what we're comparing it against. And to solve this, or to help solve this, we're now going to say that if the capability is less than or equal to 1 megawatt of that DOTA, that then the telemetry only has to be within 50% of the aggregate premise level meter data averaged over the 15-minute settlement meter data. If though it's greater than the 1 megawatt, then the same metric that's applied to phase 2 would go into effect, and that means that would be that it must be within 10%. The telemetry must be within 10% of the aggregated 15-minute meter data. So hopefully that'll resolve some of the issues with very small populations. The last bullet here is pertaining to what baseline we're going to be using for the NCLRs. Again, we're going to be using the same baseline that we use for any single site NCLR today, which is the meter before, meter after baseline. And that is, we look at the consumption, the real power consumption 5 minutes before the dispatch instruction, and then we'll compare that to the load reduction following the dispatch instruction to validate that the service was provided. Let's move on to the next slide. And then here is this is a kind of again another lessons learned. We started having it's only been within the last few months we started having some participants that have requested to use premise level telemetry. Prior to this, all the other ones have all used device level telemetry. So we got really good at validating, or felt much more comfortable at validating, and the rules that we had set up for validating device level telemetry. But when we started looking at the details that we had on paper around premise level, we realized there was some issues with it. So this is just going to be the changes that we're going to be making because when you're doing premise level telemetry, we're no longer really looking at the capability of the DOTA as described on the DOTA form as far as the demand response capability. We're going to be observing everything going on behind each premise, which is going to be the stuff that's not controllable, lighting, refrigeration, everything else on top of whatever else is going to be controlled, which could be like your HVAC. So that really required us to change this. So in keeping in line with trying to make sure we're not measuring noise, we've redefined what condition 1 is that needs to be met. And this just means that only the intervals in which the aggregate premise level 15-minute settlement meter data exceeds either 0.1 megawatt or negative 0.1 megawatt, depending on if it's an injection or if it's a withdrawal. That will be the criteria for which intervals we'll be reviewing for condition 2. And then we get condition 2, then it'll just be the telemetry and net power consumption must be within 10% of what we observe in the aggregate of all the 15-minute premise level meter data. So those are really the changes. We're getting closer to zeroing in on the validations for now, not only the new model that we're going to be using, but for those that want to use premise level telemetry. And I think that was the end of this. And Ryan, I think you were going to do the summary.
Yes, thanks, Mark. So just to reiterate, we're hoping to move forward with a redlined phase 3 governing document, similar to how we evolved to phase 2. We kind of take the existing governing document and then propose edits that would effectively make the phase 2 governing document the phase 3 governing document. And our hope is to do the same thing that we did previously, where we share a draft version of that document with the task force to see if members can consolidate or provide any edits or questions on that document. And then our plan would be to propose that as a new phase of the pilot that would go through the ERCOT process, the process that goes to TAC, and then the ERCOT board before it goes before the PUC. So I've just noted here, I guess there are a couple of avenues for people to provide feedback. Certainly this is a PUC initiative, so there's an opportunity to formally file comments. But for those who wanted to do something a little less formal, we're happy to take any questions. And I've just noted the pilot projects email that hopefully you all are familiar with. And as always, we're happy to sit down and talk and answer any questions. But we think this is a reasonable way to continue to advance the pilot, incorporate lessons learned, and hopefully find removing some of the barriers to participation that will enable greater participation and value from this pilot. I think that's it from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Mark and others at ERCOT. I'll just see if we can get any kind of real-time feedback to you on the participation limits, the 160 for energy, 80 for ancillaries, and eliminating the load zone limits. I guess any task force member that wants to provide any feedback on those right now? Joel?
Hey, thanks. No, appreciate ERCOT's thinking on the program limits. You know, this may come up a little bit later with Manny's presentation as well on participation from larger units, but I think unlocking that load zone limit and doubling the cap gets us pretty far with larger sites. I think Monica's going to present here for Enchanted Rock in a minute, but we've got line of sight to 34 megawatts worth of resources that are eligible as sub 1 megawatt sites. It doesn't get us fully there, but I guess I can understand ERCOT's hesitance at maybe expanding the program too quickly when we haven't filled it there. Yeah, I guess that's my one ask. If there is some, I guess, thinking on potentially going higher with the numbers, great. You know, the other idea we had floated out there was possibly some kind of set aside for the larger scale type resources to not gobble up the full pilot program cap. But no, appreciate what you presented and would be supportive.
Jason, there was a question that came up in the queue here, and I should have clarified. So our hope is that we'll actually share a draft redlined governing document, and I think we'd like to aim to share in the next couple of weeks. Maybe in the week following Thanksgiving might be something that we'd aim at. So we would plan to share with you all at that time for comment. And maybe if we could get feedback, you know, kind of getting into the holiday season, but maybe as early as possible in the new year, that would help us to incorporate and still kind of move the pilot project forward. But we'll try and clarify that when we have our document, then we'll kind of propose a timeline that works for all concerned.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan. I think that, you know, one thing we've done in the past is kind of gathered the task force together and did a walkthrough to gather any consensus comments. And so we may try to do it that way just to streamline getting comments back to you all. I appreciate y'all doing the heavy lifting on the first markup, and really appreciate the participation limit ideas today. Alex, questions, comments?
Hey, Jason, Alex Ramirez with AEP Texas. So, Jason, I'll share my initial reaction to the removal of the load zone limits. Um, and and I'm wondering, we don't have to answer this or get in detail during this call, but just for what it's worth, one of the reasons why we felt the load zone limits was appropriate was to make sure that we had participation throughout the state to help us evaluate impact. And Jason, to this point, we have not received or gotten confirmation of an ADER in our footprint, and we cover over 95,000 square miles in the state. And so I'm concerned that by removing the load zone limits, the requests are naturally going to gravitate towards the most populated areas and leave everybody else out, rural communities or underserved communities. And so, for what it's worth, how do we mitigate, right, the risk of routing all the energy or all the ADERs, right, to a concentrated location, excluding others that could benefit from the program at this stage? Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Alex, that's a great point. You're exactly right in terms of why of the discussion early on that. Dave, you may have a view that you want to share.
Yeah, and I think this has kind of been a tough one for us to think about a little bit, Alex. But thinking about some of the history of that, certainly understand that the intent of that limit was to, we had some folks that felt that they were clearly ready to move forward as soon as this pilot had first gotten started, but that we wanted to leave some space for in the more medium term for people to jump in. I guess as we've been viewing it and thinking, okay, well, we're now 2 years into it. What's the right amount of time to kind of hold places in line for folks to try and participate? And so, our thought right now is we've had a couple of years for folks to kind of work through some of the technical details. It seems like we have some more folks ready, at least proposing here that now is time to sort of open up that particular concern and free up some of those places in line. So that was our idea. I certainly understand there's going to be sort of both sides of that particular point, but just wanted to kind of share that was sort of our intent to say, has it been long enough that it's time?
Understood. Yeah. Well, to the extent that we can promote activity in places where we haven't seen any, that would be helpful. I mean, we have yet to get one live right in our footprint, and so it's really somewhat frustrating because we are interested in supporting and helping the effort, but we're not seeing any activity or interest right in our part of the state. So thank you.
Nope.
If it's any consolation to Alex, 19 of the sites that we could put in as Enchanted Rock with the NCLR model, once that moves forward, are in the AEP zone. So we'll be reaching out soon with at least some ADER megawatts in your territory.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Alex.
No, thank you for the opportunity to comment, Jason.
Yeah, for sure. No, and so it sounds like what we'll be able to do is in a couple weeks use one of our workshop sessions to walk through the red line. We'll do some consensus building around the various changes and then flip that back to ERCOT. I'd like to get that back to you all before the end of the year, but that may be overly optimistic. So again, appreciate y'all's time today, Ryan, Mark, and the others from ERCOT, and for all that y'all are doing to keep this thing going forward. Appreciate the idea on the ANCLR concept that I suspect some of the task force members want a little bit extra time to absorb what you presented and look forward to that discussion too. But appreciate you guys taking ownership of this, moving it forward. All right, anything else for the good of the cause for ERCOT before we move on to our next topic? All right, John.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out there for ERCOT to consider, maybe while you're drafting the next phase of the governing document, if we're going to introduce this kind of lower value ANCLR product participation model, on the ALR model, we're still limited on the ancillary services that an ADER can participate in. And it seems like as we move into the next phase, I think Greg has proposed this before. I can't tell if he's on the meeting, but just to consider primary frequency response and any other ancillary services that an ADER could take advantage of to increase the value of the higher value ALR participation model. I'll take silence as acquiescence. So thank you, ERCOT.
Well, I might just add that I know there has been some discussion on this one, and it's certainly not anyone's intent to kind of short circuit that discussion. But I think what we have really been trying to focus on is being responsive, in particular to the commissioner's memo, to move quickly to increase the amount of capacity that's participating while minimizing the amount of system changes that would be required. So this is in effect the product of that thinking. I think internally we think that the ANCLR concept is the one that has, if you like, the most bang for the buck. It's not to say that other things aren't worth discussing, but we would need a little bit more discussion around some of the finer points around that to make sure that kind of works with our existing tools and processes and works from an operational perspective. So maybe I'll just pause there, and certainly not trying to close the door on anything. I think this is more a question of prioritization than anything.
Yeah, I'm not arguing or saying that or trying to put a point out there that you shouldn't do the ANCLR. But I do think, this is a market-based program, and that if we can increase the value, that will also help participation. And by focusing on the higher value participation model, as well as this lower value, because you'll get the bang, the megawatts, but maybe not so many bucks. And for people to want to really participate, for us that are actually doing it, we need to develop business models to, go to our members, our consumers, the ultimate end users of these devices, and be able to explain to them how they can participate economically at the individual level. And for us to do that, we need to capture all the value that we can. So thank you for keeping it open and on the table. And I think we should have a quick discussion on that as soon as possible, so we can always try to increase the monetary value as well.
I'll just note, I'm jumping ahead to a slide that we've been using to track items. The PFR RRS topic is bookmarked as an action item for the task force at some point. I guess trying to think through how we annotate this based on Ryan's comment and maybe Dave's comment here. It sounds like, there's openness to discuss pending ERCOT prioritization and scheduling. So is that accurate for the ERCOT team?
The memo was about how do we increase participation? And sure, we can get some in on a lower value NCLR, but I think part of it is it's an economic decision. Ultimately, you're trying to sell a rate to a consumer, and to be able to do that, you need to, kind of capture the full value of the resource. And so seeing that it's issue inventory item number 1, maybe that's the priority. And that helps those of us developing technologies know if it's a good investment on like priority number 3. Should I develop something to participate as an ALR, as the smart thermostat? If the focus is going to be on lessening the value, or if it's going to be on doing both things, increasing value and also have kind of a more generic lower value NCLR.
Dave, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, and I guess I don't think we're trying to lessen the value, by the way. So I just, in terms of kind of that terminology, that I would not say that's the intent of trying to open up the non-controllable resource participation model. But the one thing I at least did want to call out within the phase 2 document, and this was something that that Greg had worked to develop language on, but we did have language about, essentially doing a sub-pilot within the pilot, to actually get folks to see what we could do in terms of responsive reserve type participation. All of that language, as we've been thinking about the phase 3 governing document, is going to remain in there as well. So, that for specifically what we're talking about, I don't know, we can just blankly open it up necessarily for the frequency responsive services, but we obviously continue to have that, and it has not necessarily materialized into anything detailed at this point, but we obviously have had some conversations with Greg and his team, and happy to have it with the broader task force in terms of some ideas we have for that. So hopefully that's helpful, John.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dave. And I didn't mean to suggest your intent was to lower the value. I know you're just trying to increase participation, but I just think Ned just made a comment that it's just an issue in general with NCLRs. And I think with those of us, keeping an eye on ADERs and trying to develop business models there, I think, at least behind closed doors, I'm hearing there's a feeling that will be the effect of the NCLR, whether it's the intent or not. And I don't think it is your intent at all. I know you're doing the best you can.
I put a note here to try to capture, the next action item on that discussion item, so we can follow up.
All right, appreciate the discussion, everyone. So we're at the 1 hour mark. So I think it's time to dive into questions 2 and 4 from the memo from Commissioner Glockfelty from August 14th. So for those of you that don't remember question 2, it was to look at if it is possible for a customer to select a VPP provider that's not their retail electric provider. So I think, Monica, we're gonna turn it over to you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jason. I'm Monica Butcher-Schrader on behalf of Enchanted Rock. Obviously, the rep group did file some comments on this topic, so I look forward to an exciting discussion. We've got Joel obviously on the call and our market ops expert to provide some insight as necessary. Next slide, please. Just some quick background on our model and the opportunity that we specifically have with the ADER pilot or project in general. So we are co-locating our gas gens behind the customer load and providing backup power when our customers need it. And when they don't, we perform grid parallel operations for market services. And in doing all that, we're the queasy for the asset, but not the rep, because we don't serve their normal day-to-day power supply. And, because these are larger CNI customers, we're able to address settlement with their rep contractually. And it isn't necessary for us to be the customer's rep in order to do what we do as a microgrid developer and as a DER in support of the grid. Ultimately, there's no market or technical or operational reason for us to be the rep for the customer. Many other companies, including ours, were leveraging behind the meter resources and our load resources as queasies, but not LSEs or reps. We've got, and this says 34, but I just checked the numbers and we've got about 40 megawatts of capacity that is ready to participate in ADER. So with that, I will open it up to the group for any thoughts, feedback. questions, concerns? All right, I guess we'll go in order. Christina?
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about in this model, are y'all like a PGC or how does that, or do you just view yourselves as like a backup power lessor or what like market entity hat are you wearing in this scenario?
We are a PGC, I believe, right, Joel? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And then Yusuf? Or who else's hand is up? Maithili?
Hi, Monica.
Hi.
I know you mentioned 40 megawatts, and Joel, in response to Alex's previous comments, mentioned that some of this is in the AEP load zone. So would you be able to share the 40 megawatts and the split between the existing zones?
So for the AEP load zone, we've got about 15 megawatts for that, for in those 19 sites.
Okay, how about the rest of the load zones and the split?
You'll give me a few minutes to pull that together.
Sure, yeah. You can follow up with me later. I'm just curious.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. And then we've got Yusuf.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I think I had an issue with my audio. I was just gonna say, I'm here on behalf of Voltus. We are also in total agreement with Enchanted Rock. I think this enabling NCLRs to participate without this rep requirement could unlock a lot of megawatts for us. We are ready to participate in this program if that requirement is removed. So just wanted to echo the thoughts here.
Awesome. Thanks for that. All right. Jason?
Yeah, so maybe just for my education, what, and I'm kind of teeing off of what Yusuf just said, what is it that adding the rep in the middle precludes you from operating today? So maybe just to unpack that a little bit more. Why does it matter?
From my understanding, it's basically an additional layer of administrative work and compliance that is involved with being a rep that isn't necessary for, our assets to work in the ADR program. And Joel, if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, and it's not really in our business model to be a rep marketing to customers for their power supply needs besides, this resilience solution that we're deploying and then trying to offer to the ERCOT market. So it would be significant for us to not just do our microgrid work, but also try to step in as the rep in order to bring these megawatts into the program.
And I'm just trying to figure out how to start building the consensus, because I feel like there's two groups. Would it be fair to say that larger units that are aggregating together maybe have a view of not having to go through a rep because it's a kind of a different asset than what might exist at my house, which starts to become messy if you're not going through a rep for that customer relationship and, you know, with me as a residential customer. I mean, is that something to unpack a little bit more?
Certainly possible. I've only had a chance to skim through the rep comments today, but it does seem like some of the concerns might be, you know, more of like a residential dynamic than the issues we run into at the CNI scale.
Got it. Manny, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, there was no here, Jason. So thank you. So I wanted to ask the question, and I apologize if this is a stupid question, but I think isn't the issue with at the CNI level, we are not purchasing any power, so there is not necessarily conflict with a bid to buy from a rep standpoint. So from a CNI, all we're doing is providing an opening for that commercial customer who has a resilience gen to inject into the system and not necessarily have a conflict with a bid to buy. Is that about right? Or am I off base? And I don't know who I'm asking that question to. I think that may be a question for ERCOT.
I guess, Matt, I would say just generally from ERCOT's point of view and some of the distinction we make within our protocol is exactly linked to what you're talking about. So to the degree we're talking about a controllable load resource where there's an entity actually bidding into the market to change the consumption level, in our mind, that has particularly made sense for us to have a paradigm in which the QC that's representing the resource also represents the load. As it stands today, for this non-controllable load resources, we do not have that same required. So that's at least as we think about this new participation model has begged the question. Now, I will say kind of that distinction that I'm making probably is distinct from the comments that I've only had a chance to start sort of scanning through, but that the reps you're thinking about is something distinct than just this linkage between offering into SCED and being dispatched by SCED and all those types of things.
Sure.
So I'm very interested in kind of others kind of sharing that point of view, but that was, I will say that is a big part of the distinction and why we're begging the question as part of this new participation model proposal.
Thanks, Dave.
Hey, this is Chase Dowling with Base Power Company. I had a question for Voltus, actually. A few weeks ago, there was a press release that Voltus is planning to work with Branch Energy, a rep, and it seems to me that, at least at the resi level, it's like a question of coordinating import and exported energy across a shared meter. That's kind of the crux of the issue. Can you maybe talk about the nature of that agreement? It sounds like that is an instance of a VPP provider not being the rep already?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I could tackle that. I'm not sure how much I could share about that agreement. It's still in the works, so maybe when we have more details, we could share them. I would.
So along those lines, though, like there's an instance of such an agreement taking place, and it's indicative of some level of coordination between the rep and the VPP provider. And it sounds like that's just kind of the crux of the issue. Like, it's difficult to see a world in which a VPP provider could operate completely out of touch with the rep that shares the meter.
Okay, again, I'm not sure how much I'm privy to sharing right now, but I think that specific situation is still one that hasn't materialized. It's one that we're working actively on. So I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I think, for instance, right now there are provisions in the ERCOT market rules to allow NCLRs to participate without the rep being the same as the load serving entity, and I think, and that's worked well for the companies that have done so. So yeah, I think
Gotcha.
that's
I don't mean to be prodding for details in that particular arrangement, but maybe to Jason's original question, like it seems like there needs to be some degree of coordination when sharing the meter.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that like right now with NCLR participation requirements, that is not required, and I think that's worked fine without necessarily coordinating with the rep. So I don't see why it would be any different for an aggregated model.
So for the instance of an NCLR like suppose there were no coordination and an NCLR were to operate across a shared meter, and the rep would not be aware of that increase or decrease in load at the meter, then any future or current power position that the rep is taking to manage that customer's wholesale risk is kind of obviated by the operation of that NCLR without knowledge of the rep. And I believe in the case of Enchanted Rock here, like the rep that operates or supplies the C&I load, like has some awareness of the usage of the shared meter. So that's all I wanted to raise.
Yeah, and just to confirm, yeah, for Enchanted Rock, we do have relationships with our customers' reps, but we are not trying to become their rep, the customer's rep, for the purposes of ADER.
Got it. Michaela?
So I'm hoping Monica and or Joel, y'all can illustrate for me how would this apply to a residential customer? So if I'm putting myself in the position of like just an average Joe homeowner, how would this apply to me, or would it not? You know, the non-rep participation pathway, what are the implications for people who do have reps who might want to participate in the ADER?
We might need to defer to others in the space who are doing resi work.
Okay, well, I'll leave the question out there. I'll leave the question out there. And if anybody has any reactions to it, if you could shoot me a direct email, and I'll also do some thinking on it to see how this is applicable. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Michaela. Christina?
Yeah, thanks. So Jason, yeah, I think the questions that you asked and the ones that we just heard kind of get to this question about when we're talking about non-rep participation, is there also like different pathways, right? Like non-rep participation in a large commercial context where like the non-rep is also communicating with the rep about what's going on with respect to what might be happening is very different from non-rep participation when it's a residential aggregation where you need a pretty large residential aggregation to make this, I guess, worth ERCOT's while, right? To have the ADER show up. So Enchanted Rock, I mean, it sounds like y'all are doing this today, right? And so would the difference be you're not able to bid into the market, or is there something that's like prohibiting you from doing the things you want to do? I presume you're doing this today, like that these bullets are kind of descriptive of what you're actually doing. So is there something you're not able to do?
Yeah, today our assets are self-dispatch settlement only resources, so they're not being dispatched by ERCOT for any ancillary services. So the ADER models really our best path into ancillary services with these small sub 1 megawatt sites.
So if you're settlement only resources, that's different than being an actual like PGC that has like weatherization requirements and all that stuff, right? Or is that
No,
a subset of?
yeah,
sorry.
it's a subset. We're still PGC, and so we still file the EOPs for our assets.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to clarify, we're not a DGR, which does have, I think, some separate weatherization requirements that we're
There's
not.
so many
that are-
acronyms, I can't really keep them all straight. So thank you.
Thanks, Christina. Rajiv?
Yeah, I would just point out on on what Michaela was raising. I mean, that's what we at Octopus are particularly concerned about from a residential perspective or small business perspective. If they're the prospect of sort of customer confusion where you know, their thermostat could be managed by one entity, they're signed up with their rep for you know, sort of some sort of battery rate, et cetera. And the potential that those sort of conflicting approaches could have for us as a rep on sort of the positions we're taking in the market, that is especially problematic, I think, in sort of the residential and small commercial setting.
Yeah, and that's why I was starting to wonder. So just to foreshadow a little bit as we get towards the end of our second hour, you know, I was going to suggest that I can take a shot at writing up at least the various positions on the questions, and then we can see if we can get a consensus on a path forward and not just leave it at these are the two sides or the three sides. And that's why I was kind of peeling back, Rajiv, the concept of maybe it doesn't make, or maybe it's complicated for small customers, but maybe for larger sites, it's okay. But Dave, go ahead.
Hey, Jason. Yeah, you know, I think that's, you know, I again want to hear what more folks think, and I don't know exactly that's where the group will eventually land, but I'm hearing that a little bit myself. And so, you know, one thing, if folks think that that idea has some merit, start thinking about what the specific delineation would be, and then I think we'll be in a good spot where if the group is liking that, we can capture that within the governing document that hopefully, again, we're going to share with you all in the next, hopefully the next couple of weeks here. So anyways, just wanted to chime in on that. That is kind of what I've been hearing as well. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Michaela?
I'd also welcome maybe side conversations to help me understand the implications of some of these decisions, like some of these different pathways from the perspective of you know, the different types of consumers. So if you put your residential customer hat on, what does this look like? What are the implications for you? If you put your CNI hat on, what does it look like for you? So I think there might also be an opportunity for additional discussion to help make sure that we're all understanding the implications of these decisions a bit more. So just throwing that out there.
Got it. Thanks, Michaela. Resmi?
Hi, thanks. I have a question for Enchanted Rock. So, is there any current problems for you guys to register through the reps for that load right now, even if it is a large industrial road? And the second question is, if you are trying to register separately, what sort of coordination is with the current rep is being planned? Because even for industrial loads, the activity, if there is no alignment between the third-party aggregator activity and the rep activity, the rep hedging and strategy could be significantly impacted. So I'm wondering if there is any current barriers that is preventing you from registering through the rep. And if so, then what's the coordination?
I'm gonna punt this one over to Joel.
Yeah, is the question, Resmi, regarding having a rep do the bidding and dispatch operations for our generators?
Yeah.
I guess
the reps QC, so you could do it through them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a business model decision. Like our business is not to just sell equipment and then turn it over to another entity to operate. We develop the projects and own and operate and do the back end maintenance on long-term contracts for the customer. It's kind of a fully baked resilient solution with backup power being the primary selling point for the commercial or industrial customer, and the grid revenues being kind of an important piece, but like secondary to the resilience product that we're marketing to our customers. So it's really a business model decision to not do that. I don't think there is a barrier today for us to somehow have a rep do some of this participation.
Yeah, I wasn't actually asking for the rep to operate the gen, but you guys would still be doing those, but then it would be registering the ADER through there and working with the rep. So there is more coordination.
I have to think about that question a little bit more, Resmi. I'm not sure that it's necessary, like given the way we establish relationships with our customers' reps. I think there's probably sufficient coordination there, but let me think on it and get back to you.
Okay, thanks. So just to clarify, so potentially if it is needed, that registration can happen and it can work, but right now that's not the business model and you prefer it to be not that way, is what you're saying, right?
That's fair. You know, with us as being a queasy already, if we can, manage our assets and bid it into ancillary services as ADERs for ourselves, that is the preferred model.
Yeah, thanks.
Rajiv?
Just sort of following up on Resmi's questions. So in the event, like, I guess it would be good to get a little bit more detail from you. It doesn't have to be right now, but maybe down the road. It is sort of, what is that level of coordination or envision level of coordination with the rep? That I think in light of the comments that the rep group, ourselves included in that group, put in today, it would be helpful to get like an illustration of what that looks like in practice.
Yep, we can follow up.
Christina?
I think that information would be helpful. And, with larger customers, there's probably a service that they're interested in that's different from residential and small commercial, right? Because HB 16 banned wholesale index products for residential and commercial customers. There is no wholesale energy risk exposure for those customer classes, as opposed to a larger CNI customer may have energy contracts that have some sort of wholesale energy pass through or, bigger exposure to ancillary services. So they may want to work with an entity that's able to reduce those costs for them. So I think those customer groups like naturally separate in terms on like who's exposed to what. So ensuring that, you've got the right folks getting the right information, because all of those decisions on what you do with those assets impacts them financially. So I think that's something to kind of keep in mind as we look at these different groups of folks.
And Christina, I'm not mean to put you on the spot, but as we kind of come to a close on this topic, I didn't know if there was anything you or your colleagues wanted to highlight in the comments on this topic you filed earlier today. I did put the comments in the link so everybody can go straight to them, but wanted to give you equal time.
Well, Reggie was like herding the cats on that one, so I don't know if he wants to take the floor for that, but do you want to go ahead and take that?
Yeah, I mean, I think our biggest concern, as I said before, is both the potential that having two entities, and I don't think it would be intentional in any given instance, managing these resources according to different paradigms risks, you know, confusion for the customer, risks for the rep having not being able to count on sort of these resources when we might be expecting or when we might really want to. We might have you know, sort of different information in front of us. There's information asymmetries probably, and at the end of the day, for reps, we are bearing the risk of sort of, let's say an aggregator was responding to a signal in the market at an earlier point in the day than when we actually think there's going to be the most pricing risk to our books. Well, we're bearing the responsibility in terms of sort of all the risk that would be associated with that. I think folks should just read through the comments. There's a lot more nuanced points in there and some illustrations of where this has caused some customer confusion, and also examples of how reps are kind of doing VPPs already outside of the ADER construct. That you know, I think opening this up could risk undermining things. I don't know, Christina, Ned, others, if there's anything further you wanted to say there. That was a bit of a stream of consciousness for me, so I do apologize.
Yeah. To add to that, I think, you know, there are two main categories of reasons why we have concerns about third parties working directly with the customer and not involving the rep in an ADER or a VPP in general. The first ones were all of the settlement reasons that Rajiv just talked about. And there also is the issue of, you know, reps already have a financial incentive to engage in this particular kind of activity. So how much more and how do we supplement that financial incentive through another revenue mechanism, either through ERCOT or through 2DU rates, to get this to happen when it may already be happening in the competitive market? But, you know, at the same time, you know, more incentives might make it happen more and faster in the competitive market. The second category are the customer protections. Now, that's largely mitigated if you aren't talking about residential and small commercial customers, right? So as a rep, I have to comply with, you know, over 100 pages of PUC customer protection rules when I engage in services with a retail customer. If there's a third party where they don't have to register with the PUC, but they can offer a product that competes with mine, that's an uneven regulatory playing field, right? And it also can lead to a negative customer experience. So it's really those two big categories, like from a settlement financial perspective and then from a customer protections perspective. Those are, you know, our main concerns, which I think are concerns of a lot of other reps too.
Got it. Thanks for sharing that. Sorry to put you guys on the spot, but I didn't want to go with it unsaid. All right. Are we ready to move on to the next topic then? Manny, I think you're going to be up. And so this is topic number 4 in Commissioner Glotfelty's memo from August 14th. It's how does this project expand to allow for larger units across ERCOT zones to be included? So that is the question. And Manny, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Jason. Given what's already been said by Ryan, this whole conversation made me moot, but we'll go ahead and go on with it anyway. So first, thank you for. So first of all, Hunt Energy Network has been an outsider to much of this. We've viewed from the sidelines for the past 2 years, and we thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to participate with this such an innovative group. So we're very fortunate to be part of this, and we thank you all. Before I get into it, I want to give you all an overview of who HEN is. Along with our partner, we operate distributed energy resources, a distributed energy resource platform, and integrate various types of resources across this platform. So All of these resources are enabled by our flexible software platform and operated by our network operations center. This photo in the center is a small sample of what our network operations center looks like. And the platform allows us to infinitely scale and optimize the performance of all our resources, anything from fairly small to fairly large resources. Now, to be clear, we're not a distribution-focused DER platform, but we are distributed. So we started in 2019 with the concept of developing batteries interconnected at the distribution grid. And since that time, just like anybody else, our strategies have evolved since 2019. So at this moment in time, we've got 32 9.9 megawatt batteries connected at distribution level with various TDSPs, Encore, TNMP, AEP. We're planning for 3 9.9 megawatt thermal AGRs, aggregated generation resources, in the very near future, probably sometime in Q2, Q3 of next year. And we have one load resource connected at distribution. It's currently 3 megawatts, but it's planning for 7 megawatts in the near future. Again, as part of our distributed kind of model, we have AGRs planned at the transmission level, and one of them is currently undergoing TEF diligence. We're also planning BESS transmission interconnections as well. At the same time, we're working on interconnecting 2 new co-located resilience gens at a DFW healthcare facility sometime in Q2, Q3 of next year. HEN is registered QSE and a resource entity with ERCOT. We're also a PGC at the commission. So all of our DGRs are subject to weatherization requirements, EOPs, and things of that nature. On a daily basis, we telemeter roughly 15,000 points every 2 seconds to ERCOT and participate both in energy ancillary service markets. I think we hold the record for the total number of ancillary services commissionings at a single time. I think we've commissioned 7 at one point in time. We can send automated COPs, current operating plans, and bid to buys and 3-part offers every 5 minutes, all automated, just to ensure that we have consistency and minimize human errors that as these processes go through. It's pretty difficult to do that manually with 32, and so we try to minimize that with automation. Each resource has generally different offer curves, and at this point, we're kind of in the process of getting ready for RTC. So getting the meat of it, these achievements that our folks have been able to kind of garner over the past 5 years have brought interest from various third parties to optimize kind of their energy consumptions, their building management systems, and enhancing the utilization of their resilience kind of resources behind the meter, and as well as participating actively and passively in the market through these resources. So things like data centers, oil and gas, building owners and facility managers, land developers and healthcare facilities. So based on that, we have come to the ADER task force to consider allowing these commercial folks. We don't throw out industrial because the thought of industrial tends to be some of these larger interconnections. So primarily more commercial groups, which allow the commercial loads to participate in the ADR process, whether it's as an allocation of the existing 80 megawatts or as a separate tranche or some other mechanism. So given some of the changes from 80 megawatts to 160 megawatts and the removal of the load zone requirements, that's kind of the HEN ask to consider some of these commercials to participate in the ADR process. So happy to answer any questions.
Alex.
Manny, the resources that you described, how are they participating today, or are they participating at all?
The resources that we currently have on our system. So the 32. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, the resources that you have on the system that you're referencing, right? How are they participating today? I mean, are these the DESR type of model?
Yeah, so the 32 batteries that we've got on the system right now are all DGRs, and they're all participating individually as resources in the market. The NCLR that we have is an NCLR, and it's qualified for non-spin. It's attempting to qualify for ECRS at some point in time. And then the two resilience gens that we are working to get interconnected in the DFW area, those are at this point in time are going to be participating passively as an SODG, but we would like to consider adding them to the ADER project.
Gotcha. So it's the SODG units that you're interested in adding to the ADER.
Yeah, that's right. So we've gotten a lot of interest from kind of data centers, oil and gas, land developers, building management folks that want to start looking at this. And it's not even just these resilience gens, but there are folks that have approached us with building management systems that have asked about this as well. So it's not just resilience gens, but it's also as well, it's also buildings, large buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Resmi?
Hey, Resmi.
Hi, Nan. Can you, maybe I missed it in your presentation, can you explain like what's preventing those resources from participating in the current model now?
So
Not the
just
ADER,
like
but the normal resource.
the SODGs.
Yeah, can't they register as the DG?
So the DGR requirements is 1 megawatt or greater and less than 10 megawatts. So they would be less than that 1 megawatt.
Oh, okay.
So we would aggregate these sub 1 megawatts, similar to Joel, but we would aggregate these sub 1 megawatts to participate in ADER.
Okay, so is the issue again with not going through the rep? Is that the issue then?
I think that's something we'll have to unpack. I don't have a good appreciation for it at this moment in time. If what Christina said is right, that there is some sort of natural delineation between commercial industrials and reps, and they can kind of work itself out because of the way the rules are written, then it may not be an issue, but I don't know those rules well. I think it's just a matter of, I think the way that ERCOT has proposed it by allowing an NCLR preliminarily, and if we find out that that works well, then that may be kind of the key. We don't know at this point in time.
And they can not participate in the ADER right now, right? Can they not participate in the ADER right now through the reps?
The SODGs, they could, I guess they could theoretically participate through their own reps to do it.
Okay.
They could participate through their own reps if that's an avenue for them, but they've approached us.
Okay, thank you.
Christina?
Yes, so for the SODG, is the issue now for HEN that you have to treat all of those as individual sites? And so if you could do ADER, either the performance requirements are easier, or you think you could access something that would be more economically beneficial for you, or like what's not working in the current?
So SODGs only participate in kind of the real-time market. They can't participate, they can't offer ancillaries, they can't bid into the ancillary market. So I think that's part of the issue. Most of the time, these resources are kind of generally offline. So if they wanted to participate in ancillaries, they couldn't. So it's only kind of SODG or for CP mitigation. It's just another option for them to participate actively in the system. And it also gives, candidly, I think it gives ERCOT some visibility into these resources and their capabilities.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out in terms of like grouping of things, right? So you've got some resources that can't access certain products, right? So SODGs can't access participation in the ancillary service market, right? And that's why ADER looks attractive to those
Right.
resources,
That's
right? And then you've got like I'm just wondering like which buckets are which are the problems to try to solve, right? It's like, is it easier to say, and Bill would kill me because he's the ERCOT person, and I don't know enough about ERCOT to really start applying on this. It's like, well, like what are the ramifications of saying SODGs could bid into the ancillary services market? Like maybe there's some big reason why they can't, but if that's like the only reason why you really want to do ADER, it's like, which problem do you want to solve? So yeah.
I guess part of it is the qualifications. So SODGs don't have to qualify the same way. The qualification requirements to participate in AS for each individual resource are not the same. There's a much higher standard. We've operated both SODGs and DGRs, so there is a clear, definitive standard required when you participate in ancillaries. So we can see that distinction. And the SODGs don't have to clear that hurdle. That hurdle is not nearly as high for them. So if there is a way to clear that hurdle as an aggregated resource, then I think there's a benefit to them being able to participate.
And the aggregation's interesting to you as well, right? As opposed to treating them as individual sources and individual points.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah. And I think it's not necessarily just the gens behind the meter, but it's also those building owners that have come to us and said, hey, I've got a building management system that I don't know that I'm leveraging well enough. Can y'all help me? Well, it's something new to us, but we're happy to do it, and I think our platform can do it well. So it's kind of within that aggregation.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Christina. Any final questions for Manny? Joel?
Hey, Manny.
Hey.
I guess I'll just make one supportive comment that for Enchanted Rock as well, the opportunity to bring some larger facilities into the program is attractive. I know we made the cutoff 1 megawatt and below because at sizes over a megawatt, resources are registering with ERCOT, and there are some ways to participate, or else we wouldn't have the larger sites that we have operational today. But the I guess there is a difference out there that we've been trying to resolve with ERCOT on the way behind the meter assets are treated for market participation versus stuff that is front of the meter and perhaps substation sited. There was an NPRR that's passed but not implemented yet about DGRs and DESRs on curtailable circuits being able to participate in non-spin and ECRS. That is a hurdle for some of these types of resiliency assets that are downstream on a distribution feeder, looking to get into the ancillary services. Just can't be done individually today, though it will be once that NPRR's passed. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I guess to the extent that, and this may be a question for ERCOT and for the TDSPs, but I guess to the extent that there is no specific like differentiation of value for the assets at a distribution level, and they're just like system level resources for consideration, the ability to take some of these small resources and aggregate them is is also attractive for DER and DG developers in terms of how we can manage and mitigate performance risk across the assets.
Anybody else have any other questions for me?
Right.
This is Rishi. Sorry, I'm only on phone. My apologies, Jason. I can't quite get in the queue this way, but just supporting what Joel said, I think the pathway for DG in general providing specific ancillary services, it's very likely we might be able to prove out by using the pilot as a testing ground. Much faster what sorts of reliability factors are meaningful and important to eventually have nodal protocols that enable distributed participation. So slightly larger facilities participating in an aggregation as opposed to a standalone will provide a different type of reliability metric for any of these resources in services beyond non-spin and breakdown. And just the NPRR as an example, we're trying to resolve doubts. That's what pilots are for. So just putting out a word of support for that reasoning. And I thought, Joel, that was a great.
Thanks, Rishi. All right. We've got about 10 minutes left. So what I'd like to do is, thanks, Manny, for presenting. What I'd like to do is just a quick revisit of our issues inventory. I think there's a dozen items on there. We've got one more item that we need to tackle at our next workshop as it relates to electric vehicles. But Joel, do you want to kind of run through and make any comments on any of these things, and then we'll figure out how we're going to land all these planes?
Sure. I'll just keep adding here notes as we go for tracking purposes. So, apologies if the slide is getting a little messy, but I think, we heard today on number one, we'll have to circle back with ERCOT on, their readiness to talk about the sub-pilot concept, possibly with a smaller group of interested folks is what I heard. The program caps, I think ERCOT did some good table setting today with some ideas. I guess folks can chew on that and come back with feedback between now and the next meeting. I haven't had any outreach on items 3 and 4 from task force members in terms of what specific asks there might be or discussion items there might be. As with all the action items we're tracking, we've had kind of volunteers step up to do like a discussion starter type of presentation and move the discussion forward. But I don't know if I'm stepping out of bounds here, Jason, to say that it feels like some of these, if we haven't discussed them by now, and they're not on Commissioner Glotfelty's memo explicitly, they may end up being things we take up after the near-term deliverable. But yeah, I guess I don't know what I don't know in terms of what needs to be done on those items.
So Jason, was that one brought up because staff was wondering how the ADER pilot fit in with SB 1699?
I'll need to go back and look at my notes on that. As we were brainstorming at the beginning, kind of that was the genesis of the beginnings of this list. And I don't know if it related to the pathway to 80 megawatts and what more might need to be done. So
I feel like the 1699 discussion might have been something a task force member raised, but I might have, I'll have to look back as well.
yeah.
Hey Joel, so on number 3, we raised the smart meter Texas challenges, these limitations on meter rates, but it's not, I don't think it's an urgent priority from our perspective, and I think it's something we could surface to the group in the new year sometime. I think as one of the reps that are looking at premise level validation, we might be able to bring some lessons learned as we kind of go through all of that might make a discussion more fruitful if we table it for now anyway. And that'll help us clear the table a little bit right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, and on the smart thermostat, I think that might have been something we even discussed as just a, 1699 was looking at, TDUs were developing pilot programs to deploy smart thermostats, and then reps would use it in the market. And it was, how did that tie in with the ADER? Like, would they be bidding it into the ADER? But I think that was also a question like from staff in terms of how all this stuff fit together, and it may not. So we're fine with tabling that one too, unless of course it's something from staff that they want us to talk about.
Awesome. Appreciate that.
Okay. All right. So we've got some.
Colin, go ahead.
This is Colin from Leap. I just wanted to, there was a lot of discussion on item 3. I just wanted to bring up item 4. I'm glad to see that Base Power is interested in presenting that in early 2025. This is also an issue that Leap is interested in addressing in more detail. Curious to hear, I guess maybe reiterate Joel's question to Jason about, what is the sort of like potential to address these items in the near term if they're not on the commissioner's memo.
Yeah, I think our work is not limited to the memo. I think we're prioritizing that, and so I think that it's great to have a list of things that we need to tackle in the first part of the year. So would love to, as we continue to schedule our workshops, it looks like we've got some good things to talk about in January and February. So keep it moving.
That's helpful. I'll continue down the list. Jared Ballou from EV Energy, our new EV focused task force member, had a family emergency, so was originally scheduled to present today as well. Maybe it worked out for the best that we didn't have that on the agenda also. Otherwise, we'd definitely be running over. So he's volunteering for December on that topic. Haven't heard back on number 6 on validation changes. So that one's open. As is number 8, the ECRS non-spin duration requirements, and numbers 10 and 11 on federal funding and incentive programs and multifamily properties. So with the note here, this maybe number 11 gets addressed by some of the other discussions we're having. The only other new thing that came across, did get approached by someone representing a company called Kavala, doing like distribution system modeling, and they expressed interest in presenting on a topic related to building transparency and creating value for, or distribution level value for distributed resources. They didn't provide like a specific timeline, and it's not something the task force asked for. So just noting it here as a back burner item we could call on if and when the task force is ready and interested on the topic.
Yeah, it seems to me like we keep that on our list for things to possibly talk about in 25. Resmi?
I just wanted to provide an update on the 8. The ECRS and SRS duration requirement is not specifically linked to ADER, and there's some discussion on that at ancillary service level. The PUCT staff in their recommendation file that be taken up after real-time co-optimization stabilizes.
Got it. Thank you. All right. I'm not trying to cut off conversation, but we are in our last minute or so. So here was my proposal for Joel and I to try to help bring some of these discussions to a conclusion. And that was to start drafting responses to these 4 questions by laying out the considerations that we've heard at our workshops. And then on some of these, we may have consensus, and on some of these, we may not. I don't think it's a failure to not have consensus, but I would really like to try. But at a very minimum, we can be responsive to the memo by setting out what we've discussed and consensus where we've got it and where we don't, pointing that out too. So what I'll do is I'll send a doodle poll around again to the task force members and ERCOT and PUC, and we will land on a couple of dates in December, and we can take a look in advance at that write-up and see if we can land on some consensus. But we'll at least take a first shot at it. No pride in authorship, but we are trying to also keep it relatively simple, and we'll point to other comments. So we don't need a 50-page document, I think. We'll try to distill it down and cite it where you can go for more information. If that works for everybody, and then we'll use one of those December meetings perhaps to go through ERCOT's markup of the governing document for phase 3. So we'll kind of pick 2 or 3 workshop days in December to try to accomplish that. If that seems like a good path forward, we will do that, but I'm happy always to hear better ideas. All right, then that's what we're going to go with. So expect to see a doodle poll in your email box the next day or so. I know that we're going to bump up against holidays, so we'll try to do something in the first 3 weeks of the month, since we'll lose people in the last part. They, as always, appreciate everybody ringing in today. Appreciate everybody's work between these workshops. I can't stress that enough, and always appreciative to our partners over at ERCOT for moving the ball forward as well. So with that, we will adjourn our workshop. Joel, do you have anything to close us out?
No, thank you, everyone.
All right.
Thanks, Jason.
We'll post the slides in the PUC project, also with a link to the replay of today's workshop. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks.